Hello. Good evening, everyone. Good morning if it's morning for you, and good night if it's night for you. How is everyone today? It's our final day of streaming for the week. I'm very excited to get into it. Hi, Nep. I hope you haven't caught the sickness that's been floating around everywhere. I don't know how it's been across the pond for you guys. I know poor Q's been suffering. I'm doing well. Still fighting that tweaked shoulder muscle from the beginning of the week, but that's nothing that some ibuprofen can't help with. Good, I'm glad. Stay healthy if you can. 11:20 if you're in Hungary. Is it Hungary or Hungary? I never really knew which way to pronounce it. It's only about 5:20 here. We're a little bit late for stream today. But it feels much later. I always hate the sun setting around 5. It just feels like the whole damn day is over before it even starts. Pronounce it the first way. Hello, Mew. It's kind of like library. I feel like everyone pronounces library differently. Getting out of bed in pitch darkness and getting off work also in pitch darkness. Doing a lot better now, although that could just be my body being extremely used to the chest infection, so I recover from them quickly. Oh no! Well, either way, I'm glad that you're feeling a little better today. Keeping up your fluids, I hope. That's the most important thing. I'm attempting to do the same, although I'm going to be honest, I have been cheating by having a bit too much coffee lately compared to water. It's my weakness. Oh, I think I just said hello, Mew. I'm not kidding when I say that growing up I got a chest infection every year. Oh no, you were one of the chronically sick kids. I was never chronically sick in terms of like getting sick, but I was chronically sick in the fact that I had asthma, and I also am allergic to grass. Which is a fun one to explain in school. I can't tell you how many times I had gym teachers get nasty with me because they were just assuming I was bullshitting. I'd be like, "Hey, I can't really do this whole outdoors flag football game cuz it's tall grass in like early spring and allergies are insanely bad right now and I'm already breaking out in hives." And then they would be like, "Oh, you just don't want to play. Well, fine. Go sit in the grass." I'd just be standing there like, I think you maybe failed to understand the point that I was trying to make. I'm having some immense back pain today. Luckily, my boss asked me not to come in. Oh no, Mew! I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you didn't tweak something like I did. I'm pretty sure I just overstretched a muscle or something because I felt it when it happened. It was Tuesday morning, Monday or Tuesday morning. I sat up in bed and I stretched, belly down, back up. One of those like cat stretches where you put your arms out in front of you. I did that. And then I felt it right in between my shoulder blades. And it's been hurting ever since. But yeah, do take it easy. Lay down as much as possible. Let yourself have the time you need to heal. least it gave me good hygiene skills. Good. Seasonal asthma plus annual chest infections growing up. Oh. Ah, yes, the big stretch that both feels good and like you broke something. Yep, it was one of those. It's like it was so good at first, and then it was horrible. It's my favorite thing about hitting 30. Everything is a gamble. It's either going to feel good or horrible. Big stretch, gamble. Big sleep, gamble. Yoga, gamble. Exercising, gamble. Existence is pain. But that's why we're artists. Turn pain into painting. Or in this case today, turn pain into UV cutting and organizing. It's going to be a little bit boring today when it comes to the modeling side of things. I believe where we left off was fixing up some of the weight painting on the jacket. The jacket doesn't quite have the level of detail that I want it to have yet, but I think what I'm going to try and do is fix that up and add a normal map to it, which I've never done before. But Mew has given me some vague instruction for it a while back on how to do it, and I'm looking forward to giving it a shot. We may or may not get to that part today, though. Found a complete series collection of one of my favorite animes via DVD. It cost like £18. Which one? That's a great find. Suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character. Blue Exorcist. I've never watched that one, but a lot of people were into that one when I was growing up. That was a very lucky find. I'm glad that you were able to stumble upon that. Every once in a while, you can find gold like that when you're thrifting. Oh, and before I forget, I did want to mention here, today is Rosie's great big party bash for her streams. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick little shout out for her. So if you are not familiar, we've been celebrating Rosie's birthday all this week because her actual birthday is tomorrow, but today is going to be her party. She is doing a huge birthday celebration stream today with all of her partners and friends. I think currently they are playing golf with friends. And I'm sure they'll be doing more throughout the day. But if you find that today's stream is a bit more Bob Rossi and you're looking for a little bit more Let's Play-y, head over that direction. Go see what all the fun is. Tell Rosie happy birthday. Still going to be getting the manga, but I'm so glad that I found it when I was shopping. I found it in one of our UK exclusive media stores known as a Sex? Hex? What? How do I pronounce that? It's mainly known for selling old video games. How could they call it that? It's gotta be Kex. They can't have seriously... Hold on. It is pronounced like sex. What does it stand for? I just gotta run to the sex store real quick and go pick up a DVD or two. I want to say that there's a common shop up in Canada that has a similar name. I can't remember it. But I had taken a trip to Canada a while back now at this point, and it was kind of like a 7-Eleven or like a convenience store, but it had a weird name, and it apparently was very common there. Get one of their ads to show you. Computer exchange. Okay. I really would have called it like Compex or something. Just sex. Depends on what province. We were in Ontario. Our trip was to go to a convention up there called TFCon. It's like one of the biggest Transformers conventions. We'd gone a couple years. I think I've been to Canada 3 times? 2 or 3 times? I don't remember now. It was a really long time ago. Fucking lovely up there, though. Despite being assaulted by a cloud of airborne spiders at an ATM, it was a wonderful trip. But that was one of my first experiences getting to Canada. We had arrived and we were looking for a bank of some sort to do a money exchange. And while we were there, I guess an entire nest of spiders had just hatched. They were all very, very baby. And if you're not familiar, spiders, as a form of migration tactic, have this special ability where they will shoot off a web up into the air and let the air carry that web. And when they're babies, they're light enough that that web, once it gets high enough in the air and has collected enough inertia, it'll just lift the whole spider with it up off the ground and they'll just float away like a balloon. And because it was a nest of them that had all completely just hatched, there were like hundreds of them. And they were pretty much invisible until they landed on you because they were tiny and newborn. So we got to the ATM and I guess they just took off like right next to us. And all of a sudden we just like blinked and it was like suddenly getting a bunch of like hair thrown in your face and then little spiders just everywhere. We were trying to punch in our code into the bank ATM and everything and just like having to like shield our eyes and faces from this onslaught of baby spiders. I mean, they were way too little to even do anything. They were still in that stage where their bodies were transparent. So they were kind of like the chunky little round fat spiders. Like they weren't they didn't look creepy yet. At least it wasn't geese. Sent one of their ads. Oh, let me take a look. It really is just sex. Wow, how did they get away with that? I feel like they couldn't do that in America. We're too conservative here. Man, we don't even really have tech brand businesses that much anymore. We've got phone companies. Used to be when I was growing up, we had places like Radio Shack. You could go there and get parts to build your own computers, build radios, build all sorts of shit. Actually learn how tech works. A lot of them died out in the early 2010s. Yeah. which is just such a wild concept to me because that was also kind of the time frame in which technology was really, really exploding. Radio Shack had cool toys. Yes, they did. It's where you could get any kind of like RC anything. I was very disappointed because all Radio Shacks were pretty much gone by the time that I finally was getting into learning soldering and programming things like Adafruit products. So I was learning how to do LED packs and battery packs with fans for fursuits and things like that. LEDs, EL wires, and whatnot. I liked it because it was nicer to be able to go and buy that stuff in person and get a hands-on feel for it as opposed to just trying to fumble online and buy the right thing without knowing what you're doing. Cool YouTuber dedicated to like 80s and 90s tech, including electronic stores from that time period. Radio Shack is included. Oh, that's cool. Lately, I've kind of discovered the genre of like abandoned mall exploration. My only real complaint about it is that it seems like the people who do the exploration are also always there to vandalize, and that just breaks my heart. One of them I had seen had gone into an old abandoned mall, and you know those kiosk stations that have like the gumball machines? And there's usually like 20 gumball machines or whatever. They were exploring it and everything, and all of a sudden it clipped away from exploring to them bashing the gumballs on the ground and everything, and the machines were all already turned over and broken. I don't know if they were the ones that broke them. They were mostly just breaking the candies at that point, but still, that's so heartbreaking. All those poor popples. He does stuff like how CRTs work. Ooh, that's cool. Nep, would you like to drop that YouTube channel over in the show and tell section? I would love to take a look at them sometime. Now that is proper popple torture. Thank you so much, Nep. I'm really excited to go look at that guy. I'll have to check him out after the stream. How cathode ray tubes work? Ooh. Oh, this is the kind of TISM that I love. Learning. He's made his own games for the Commodore 64. Fuck yeah! This is why adult learning is such a cool thing. Like, school really has ruined people's desire to learn because you're being forced to learn shit that A, doesn't matter a lot of the time, doesn't impact your life, is outdated information that is not going to provide you anything in life to know. B, you are angry and spiteful because you're not being taught the things that you do need to survive, things like how to manage your taxes and balance a checkbook and whatnot. But like, I always wanted to learn computers and techie stuff growing up, and that was an issue for a multitude of reasons. The most predominant being because I didn't have a penis. But that's besides the point. I really feel like this is the kind of stuff that should be taught in schools. I mean, how many of you were taught how to make a computer? Or how a computer even works? That's why I love retro electronics. That's really cool. It's all stuff that you already learned the previous year. Yeah. "90% of the stuff I learned for my computer engineering degree, I do not use at my current job, but I do not regret learning it at all one bit." All I heard there was, I don't have a penis. Yes, unfortunately, that was the primary roadblock in my education for a lot of areas that I wanted to go into. The sexism in education is appalling. It was actually one of the main reasons why I quit my job at the library. The constant, rampant sexism. I knew a very pivotal moment for me was when I was working at the front desk, and we had two of us at the front desk. It was me and the only other male employee who worked the front desk. The rest of us were all AFAB, so assigned female at birth. I was the only one who didn't necessarily identify as female, but I wasn't out because this is a very conservative area, and I probably would have been hate crimed if I were. But that's besides the point. Very female presenting, very accepting of the role that I had to play. Now, mind you, at this point in time, I already had quite a bit of experience in 3D printing. I have my own 3D printer, and I have repaired it from the ground up because it was a secondhand 3D printer. And our library had a STEM program. We had just had a dozen or two 3D printers implemented into the STEM program, and they wanted somebody to be responsible for the 3D printer department. So naturally, I was very enthusiastically on board, first to volunteer, eager to be a part of something I already knew. They had a training course for this specific machine, and I was right there, front of the line, excited and happy to volunteer to take over in this department. The guy I was competing with, A, didn't want to be a part of the program, and B, didn't have any experience whatsoever, not just with 3D printers, but with machinery as a whole. So despite my enthusiasm, my background, and my, fully fitting of being in the position for this, they said, nope, we don't want you because you are a girl. That was it. That was their reason. So they picked him and had him go through the course to learn how the machines work, and he had no fucking idea what he was doing. And I just sat back and said, you know what? Whatever. Fine. Shoot yourselves in the foot. Still a little salty about it. But it is what it is. I went on to learn more about 3D printing on my own. Now I know 3D modeling. Just goes to show that when someone won't support you, continue to support yourself. You are capable of anything that you set out to do, no matter what other people say or tell you you can or can't do. Make yourself more knowledgeable in the subject than them out of spite. Exactly. And that's exactly what I did. It's funny. I've actually noticed in the VRChat community that there is sort of becoming a bit of a resentment that I am receiving from predominantly AMAB people. I get it, but I also don't. Because I'm not a person who is threatened by other people's abilities for the most part. If you're good at what you do, then okay, good. You should be. That doesn't change how I feel about my ability to do something. Understood. I will now attempt to breathe underwater. Maybe, okay, baby steps. To be real, spite is one of the best motivators. It absolutely is. Spite is how I learned to do most things. And it's because someone told me,
if you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Q. I do need to keep up on the hydrate. But yes, thrive with your spite. Put it to good use. Otherwise, it's just going to fester and sit there and make you feel bad. Spite is what is keeping me and my coworker at work going. Spite was my predominant method of fueling myself for a long time, but in the last year here, I've really tried to shift gears and focus more on passion. Not that spite's a bad motivator or anything. It's just it reaches a point sometimes where, I don't know, it was starting to not feel so good. The accomplishments were feeling less like, ah, yes, I've done this and I am accomplished and I feel good and proud of it. It was more so, ah, yes, I've finished this out of spite and I'm glad to not have to look at it anymore. It's done, shove it out of the way and move on. I want a little bit less of that and a little bit more of being able to look at what I've done and think, yeah, I'm glad I did this. I exist out of spite against those who wish me dead. Yes! 1000%. If that's how you need to exist, if that's how you need to get through it, fucking go for it. I lived my life the exact same way for a very, very long time. Thrive in spite of everything. Keep living so you can outlive Elon Musk. It's gonna sound cringy, but one of my most empowering phrases that has kept me going through even the hardest times came from Rick and Morty. There were two of them. One of them is, "Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer." And the other is, "Every breath I take without your permission." Hold on, fuck, what's the rest of it? "Boosts my self-esteem. Every breath I take without your permission boosts my self-esteem." Two very powerful phrases that have helped me stay grounded through a lot. Despite their origin. It's not to say that's a bad show or anything. All quote-unquote adult shows can be taken with a grain of salt. I'm going to live so long that I become half ghost like Danny Phantom. That's a show I would love to go back and rewatch. It started to get a little bit too serious for my kid brain at the time that it was really popular and still airing. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and get things in motion here. I'm itching to see where things got left off last time. It's purely because I want to say screw you to the douchebags that told me to. Good. Yeah, I knew where that was headed. Live. Live and thrive despite them. Nothing will piss them off more. You do not need anyone's approval to walk this earth. All right. Let's go ahead and migrate over to the other screen here. There we are. And start figuring out where we need to pick things up with NEP today. I tried to take a glance at last stream to see where things had been. Yep, this is our alien Benui. Our beloved Neptunian here. Whoop. Oh my. Those alerts are kind of loud. Hold on. That's going to scare the shit out of me. Thank you, baby. Can I grab his cheeks and kiss him? Which ones? We can all give him a little smooch. Right on the eyeball for some reason. I was aiming for the mouth, but you know, sometimes Blender chooses its own things. But yes, I think last time we were just really focused on fixing any weight clipping issues with these extra folds and then potentially going in and cutting out, yeah, optimizing parts, getting rid of the internal meshes. I think we have to do that for the pants and other areas as well. But we will get to that. Did I attach this yet? It looks like maybe I didn't on that bottom piece. Maybe I did. Maybe. I don't know about that. Let's try and isolate it. Yeah, okay. It is just one vert. A good place to mark the first seam, though. And you will have to forgive me, I'm going to be kind of rusty with this because I have not really touched Blender or any of my programs throughout the ending of last month. The last time I touched Blender was the last stream. So, gonna take me a little bit to get my brain in gear. Nep, if you happen to remember anything I mentioned that we still needed to add or sculpt, don't hesitate to let me know. But for now, I'm just going to continue to chip away at it as I see fit. Trying to decide if I want to put the seam along the bottom half or the top half of this little edge. Head empty. Looking good, Mus. Thank you. Thank you for stopping back in again, Catalyst. It's good to see you. Today's a much more chill day. We're doing 3D modeling as opposed to gaming. And I am very rusty on where things were before. Now I'm not... Let me go ahead and turn off all of these other parts, because we want to just focus on the jacket right now. And I'm trying to decide exactly how it is I want to do the seams on this, because I've been doing a combination of toony kind of shading and non-toony shading. And I'm thinking I might go ahead and break these edges off, all of these, and set the edges to a darker shade than the rest of the jacket to kind of break up the shapes. We'll see how that looks in the end. I might have to go back and change that, though. Let's put one right through here as well, because that'll just make that lay flatter. Okay, that removes that whole lapel very easily. You did pass out on us last night. You were passing out mid-sentence. Feels so good to remove tags from clothes. God, yes. Okay, now I did remove a section here and create this like pseudo hole. And that was for the robot arm, because the robot arm actually was showing all the way to the shoulder through the sleeve hole. I think what I'm going to do is do that for all of the sleeves and pant legs. Mostly just because I feel like that is a safe maneuver. Oh, whoops. Why did you flip again? Flip. Okay. And we'll also pull that in some as well, because I think we did that on this one. Yeah. You did miss the cuddle pile. We'll hit you on the next one, though, for sure. You're too fluffy not to cuddle. Like I tell Locke, if I fall asleep on you, it means I trust you to the point I'm willing to sleep near you. Aww. This long sleeve shirt and its washing tag has been digging into my side all day. Ugh. Nightmare. What I'm going to do with this is copy the coordinates on this other sleeve's point and oops, do the same. That way they will be mirrored. It looks like they are already copied, so that's good. It's just that X that I needed to copy. Yep. So now when I grab one, the other should move. Yep, they are now mirrored. And for my own sake, let's go ahead and just assign that black. Egg is literally just keep away from fire. Make sure you wash with mild detergent and with similar colors. Ah, yes. So, clothing. Now, I do want to see. Let's go ahead and lift these guys off. Hide them. We want to try and get this down to its bare bones basics and remove the components that are not necessary, which I think will be most of the interior. Now, he will be skrunked. But it looks like we can remove all of the interior of the sleeves. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is the same thing I just did with the end sleeve. I'm going to take this shoulder section.
If you become lightheaded
Oh,
from
wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
And I will do a new save. Go ahead and overwrite the old one. We're going to call this one clothing mapping. All right. So what I want to do, there's 2 layers of mesh inside the sleeves right now. And all this extra topology on the inside, we don't fucking need that. Right now, that's just useless data. And what I'm going to do, if you can, try to let it be so you can see the 2 layers here. So you can see we've got the inside of the jacket here and the outside of the jacket. We don't need this inside at all, though. So what I'm going to do is close off these sleeves by taking the interior area. I'm going to extrude it. Let me go ahead and turn on the Oh. Oh, you know what? I think I reset my blender recently, so the thing's not on there anymore. Hold on. Preferences. Where did my plugin go? Screencast keys, that's what I want. Fantastic save reminder. What's it from? It's from an old web series called homestarrunner.com. It was like an animated series back in like the early internet days, and I feel like I reference it far more than I have any right to reference it. I make Trogdor jokes way too often. Going to nap for a moment if I end up sleeping throughout the stream. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. We certainly will, Q. And your napping is always welcome. I hope that you're able to get some good sleep. I do apologize. I'm trying to find out why my screencast keys are not working. Because they should have already been on. Huh. So apparently they have disappeared. I'll have to reinstall that plugin, I guess. I haven't heard that name in ages. That's fantastic. You know, we were actually talking about it yesterday. There was a game that they had made from the same people who made Homestar Runner. Oops. Anyway, what I just did then, I extruded those walls with E for extrude, and then I hit S to scale and shrink it down. Oh my goodness, something didn't go right there. E to extrude, S to scale, scale inward. I don't know what the fuck happened on that side. But same deal. I made these little loopy holes here. Now we're going to merge them at the center so we can close off the loop. And it should be mirrored still so that when I pull on one, it will pull the other. We're going to push them into the jacket. And it looks like the normals might be a little fucky-wucky in there, so let's take a look at that. Yep, we've got some reversed faces. Nope. But yeah, we were talking about the Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People. It was a game that they had made a while ago. It was a point-and-click adventure-style game. And we got to talking about it because I've been on a point-and-click adventure game kick lately. That's definitely one I would like to give a shot sometime, because I remember being really excited about it when it came out originally. Okay. Now, I don't like that it looks like there is a sharp going on there, and I don't like the way that it's currently reading those. So let's take a look at that and figure out why. We'll assign the material to black again for the time being. And then just to be sure, let's go ahead and clear any sharps. It might just be doing that because it's got mesh attached to the other side. So now what I'm going to do is take off the outer layer of the jacket. I'll take off these little cufflink things here first. So I'm going to take off this outer layer so we can see the inner layer by hiding it. There we are. And now we know that this little red line here is where this hole, pseudo hole is. I have no mouth and I must scream. Yes, point and click adventures started with that. That was what reignited the passion for them. And now I am just not letting that wave go. This section here, you can see now, this is where that lip connects on this side. And this is where it connects on this side. So this whole piece, this is 12,000 polygons. You can just delete this. Begone. I want to get rid of the faces. So that's what the inside of the sleeve will look like now. Same on this side. I'm going to delete that. Now, we could go in and delete more of the mesh on the inside of the torso of the jacket here, but I'm not going to, just on the off chance that Nep wants to set up toggles for himself. Ignore that, but set up toggles for himself to, you know, have just the jacket on and not the sweater if he wants. These are not toggles that I will be setting up. At least I'm not sure if they are or not. I don't think so. But because I know Nep wants to do a lot with this, and Nep is a personal friend, I'm including it early on so that when he inevitably wants to expand upon it, he will be able to on his own. That being said, this is not something that I would normally do on a commission like this. This is something that, going forward, I will be asking clients if this is something that they will need, and if so, they are going to have to pay extra for it, because it saves me a lot of time not to have to do all this. But I care for Nep, and I really want him to have a cool model. I've kind of been dreaming of making a model like this for him for a while. I think just one of these will be fine. All right. Now, I believe I went in last time and removed the unnecessary polygons on the lower half of these. Yes. So you can kind of see there's like a little bit of a cutout in here underneath. And this is an angle that would pretty much never be seen. You'd really have to get yourself all up in that armpit to even know to look there. And that's, again, just to conserve some polygons and... Yep, and I did do it to the one above it as well. There's a hell of a lot of optimizing still that I need to do elsewhere in the body. But I like to try and do that as early on as I can. Just reminded me of a challenge I wanted to do being depths only for Tatuka. Tears of the Kingdom, sorry. I'm assuming that's what that is. Also, ads are starting in about 30 seconds to a minute here. And as a reminder, the ads will play for 3 minutes straight once every hour so that we can have an hour uninterrupted. Where are my little eggs down here? We've got Catalyst and Brad. right. I want to say that we already deleted the underside of these guys as well. I'm going to do the same thing though and cut seams along these edges so that we can kind of create some color blocking built-in shadowing. This is something I like to do with Toonie style avatars. I still haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. I actually haven't beat Breath of the Wild yet. Not for any particular reason either. I just was really focused on it for a while, and then I guess I just kind of burned out playing it because I was trying so hard to get caught up with my friends. And they were zooming on through it. I fell behind and got left behind. All right. Let's mark the other side. That looks pretty good. I am going to go ahead and mark this line as well, just so we can have a nice crisp, hard cut there. It's going to add more to the UV layout, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure we're going to have an extra... Nope, I did account for it earlier on. Never mind. So he should be limited to 4 materials, hopefully. We probably could have cut that down to 3 had it not been for the metal parts. But I really want these metal parts to look nice and shiny. I want to say that's good on the jacket, but not quite yet. These guys still need to be marked. Okay, mark scene. And we'll invert that selection. Nope, not invert. That's not what I wanted. We are going to mirror. Select mirror. There we go. And mark that one as well. He built like a light bulb. Challenge is 100%ing the depths without anything from the sky islands or the surface. It's currently me with Fallen London. The only thing that you're allowed for the run is a single ferry, which is used to get into the depths without a paraglider. It's giving me Ocarina of Time vibes. That whole water temple thing. All right. Last question I have for the jacket here. Let's go ahead and remove the body, the pants. I want to get behind it a little bit here and see. Yes, we do see a little peek of the back of this row of polygons, so I will leave them. Because this is just a flat square that sits on top here. I'm wondering if I should put a hard edge on some of these. Let me save first and then try. So what if... I don't know how I'll like this or not. But what if we put a hard edge on all of these... Oop, not that. Outer edges. I think I'm going to just leave it soft for now and hope that the color blocking will add more depth to it. Okay. Because I'm going to be honest, if I sharpen them, it kind of starts to look like a Lego outfit. Let's do the upper edges on these as well, with that in mind.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save. I did not. I did not remember. That's something that happens all too often, in Blender especially. All right. Now, if I remember correctly, this is going to be a little bit of a nightmare for me. There is no symmetry at all whatsoever in this outfit. Which means we will not be doing a central line. We are just going to... Is this Blender? Yes. Yes, it is. I have only got experience working in Blender. I've never used any of the other fancier programs like Maya and ZBrush and all them. With that in mind, we don't need this scene here. Welcome to the nest. Thank you for the follow.
Judah can now hatch from their egg.
Okay. So the reason that I deleted that seam is because when we unwrap this, this will unwrap just like how it looks. It'll be a nice big flat bar, and it'll actually lay much cleaner and flatter that way for me. Since this is a much rounder section in the torso, I'm still going to leave that seam so that it will be easier for me to customize the texture on the front and back. Actually, I'm glad that I noticed that. I need to put one across the top of the shoulders here as well. Oh, no, never mind. I already did that. Yay, past me. Okay. Hatch, yes. So if you're not familiar with it, I have stream avatars running right now, which is all these little dinosaurs on the screen. You happen to be that little red egg down there in the bottom, the one with the red spots. And because you are a follower now, you are able to hatch from your egg. So if you're not familiar with stream avatars, if you're on desktop, it's the twinkle beside my head. You can float your mouse over that. There is a little stream avatars icon. If you click that, it'll give you a list of dinosaurs that you can hatch into. And then you can also explore on the double or triple lines. There's an action window. That's a controller that you can use to interact with other people on the stream. So every single dinosaur on here is a person who's here. Except for Popple. Popple is my mascot, and he's just sort of vibing. Oh yeah, stream avatars is pretty fun. There's a lot you can do with it too. I haven't got it set up to do a whole lot yet, but I can have it so that we can run games through it. Eventually, I can create some bosses for you guys to fight throughout streams if you want. Right now, I don't have any bosses set up because I think it only comes with one. But I wanted to make some fun in games that we can do with this lad here, Popple. He is sort of our friendly neighborhood NPC who doesn't necessarily really want to be here at all times. Let's get these pants set up. So these pants were originally made on the same topology as Nep's body. We have changed that a little bit now. Let's go ahead and make sure that we add, why did that select the inner and outer loop? Have you merged your pieces here? No, we are not going to do that. No, sir. No merging. Why do you do that? I shouldn't be selecting both loops with that. Because your modifiers were never applied. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. All right, that means got a little bit more work to do on this one than I was hoping, but that's okay. I think what I need to do is decide, first of all, is this how thick that I want it to be? Bring back your body, sir. We can probably thicken it up a little bit on the bottom of the pant leg. Never mind, it builds on the exterior. If that's the case, I'm going to save a copy. All right, and now I'm going to apply my modifiers. I am going to have to be careful though, because these are going to want to have an issue. What I'll do okay. Tailor his pants a little too short. But what I did is I removed the lower half where it was overlapping. And I'm going to turn on the merge again And the reason for that is because we have a central seam across the center here that we want merged together. If I tell it to merge that on the modifier, it will go ahead and automatically seal that for me, as opposed to leaving that unfinished seam here. You can see where there's a gap. Problem is, if I did that with the pieces that were overlapping on the pant leg at the bottom, it would also have merged those, which would have permanently sealed his pants to each other at the bottom. A tripping hazard. Let's go ahead and apply that now. Also apply the solidification. We will go down here to our lower half of the pants. We are not going to have merge turned on. Apply. And with that in mind, I'm not going to mess with that. Go ahead and solidify them. Now, I will have to do some tailoring because in doing that, we created an upper portion here that we don't want. But it gives us a really good spot to know where we can mark our pants. Same way we did with the sleeves, we're going to put a pseudo sleeve. So we're going to grab these interior loops. We're going to hit E to extrude and S to shrink. E to extrude, S to shrink. And then one at a time, I'm going to take these and hit M to merge at the center. Merge at the center. And because they should both be mirrored, turn the body off so we can see a little better. Yep, I can just grab and lift that upwards a little bit. Mark this black. Okay. And now we've got that cut off at the interior of the pants at the same section. Now, if we jump back to the upper portion of these pants that we made, we don't need any of the interior up here anymore. So let's take this inner section, this inner loop. We are going to delete these faces. And we don't need any part of it up here either, because when his body is turned on, he is pretty much flush to the edges. So I will leave the upper topology in this kind of, not belt, but the lip of the pants. But everything else below that, we don't fucking need that shit. It's gone, baby. So we will select that and delete. Boom. That quickly, we just removed another 11,000. That just cut the topology of the pants in half. So now we go back to our other one, and we still have a little bit of a gap here we need to fix. What we can do is merge these two together again. We're going to go in and select all of these guys, all of these guys, all of these guys and these guys. And we're going to go merge by distance. And the distance is kind of far right now, so we're just going to bump it up a little bit here and there until all of them have merged. Ooh, not all of them. We don't want you guys merging across that axis. So what we'll do is do this one at a time, I guess. Merge by distance. And we'll set that distance to... not that. You know what? This might be better off doing it manually. I don't know why they moved out of place so much. That's all right. I'm going to do this manually just to avoid having any issues. So I'm going to grab the top one and the bottom one, merge at center. And the reason I'm merging at center is because it doesn't matter what distance they'll be apart. If I merge at the center between the two, they'll be mirrored on both sides. I'm only doing this. Hold on. Okay. Aha, that's part of our issue. Hold on. I went a step too early. I forgot to delete the inner rim. Why would I do that? Because that's going to create a seam. I did not have to do that with this side. Correct. Correct? Hold on, I'm second guessing myself. I've talked too much and now I'm trying to remember what the hell I gotta do. Yes, I don't need this rim. So that was what was hanging me up. Now we can do that again. So we grab these guys, grab these guys, grab these guys, grab these guys, merge by distance. I don't like that that one is weirdly changing position on us. It shouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't know why it's not merging them mirrored still, so we're still going to go in and do that manually, just to avoid little hiccups. So again, grabbing the two verts, merging at center, because at center will always be mirrored. Oh yeah, I have a question. Do people ever listen to audiobooks while they're streaming? Is that like... Would you guys ever want to listen to an audiobook with me? I never really thought to do that up until kind of recently. But when the thought struck me, I realized that The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy would be a perfect audiobook to listen to while working on NEP. And it's one of my favorite books of all time, if not my favorite. Be concerned about the copyright complexities with that, but it would be interesting. So I actually have my music set up to not record on the VODs. And that is, as far as I'm aware, the predominant way to avoid issues with copyright, because it's technically not being recorded. It is being broadcast live. Yes, In OBS, the way that you can do that is if you go into the settings of your music output. So your audio mixer will have advanced audio properties. Next to that, you have tracks 1 through 5. And if you select your Spotify, which is what I have playing right now, to not be recorded on track 2, and then go into your settings for your output of your video as a whole for your streams, you can tell it which tracks to record in the VODs and which ones to leave out of the VODs. So I just tell it, leave track 2 out. Don't record anything that is said on track 2 or whatever. And that will keep it from going back and saving the music. Gonna have to look into that. Yeah, actually, hold on. Let me find the YouTube tutorial that taught me how to do that. I would love to throw it your direction. I've got 2 here that are in my video history, so I will send them both. All right. So there is the first one, and here is the second one. The second one is from Stream Scheme. I know that I have used a lot of their tutorials for setting up all of my stream layouts and, you know, redeems and things like that. They are very informative, very helpful. If you have any other questions about anything else I have set up, please don't hesitate to ask, because I know it can be very hard to find resources, and I am always thrilled to share because I fully believe in not gatekeeping information. I think that if I'm capable of doing something, I feel like somebody else could do even better with those tools, and I want them to thrive. I am not here to limit anybody. Thank you. Of course. Absolutely. It's my secret. I want all of us to win. All right. So we've completely sealed that gap now. We've got our pseudo foot, or not foot, hole, whatever you want to call this, pant leg. Let's go ahead and mark a seam on that. And we've got, yet again, another seam across the bottom pant leg, across the top pant leg. I'm going to do one here as well. Still trying to get that cartoon look. And I'm hoping to achieve that predominantly through the use of gradients. Play a very similar game in that way. Yes, good. I see, that's the thing. I have no competition in me. I have zero desire to compete with others. I'm just vibing. I'm out here trying to just do my best. So if someone wants to compete with me, go ahead, but you're not competing with anyone other than yourself. Because I'm going to just sit here and be like, all right, bud, you can do it. I believe in you. I'm cheering you on too. You need a helping hand? I can be here to provide. Why'd this one get tucked out? Get back in there. What is your butt doing back here? Get this jacket out of here. Let's see. Look at our reference here. I think the top part of our belt might be one of the only things that can be symmetrical. So I will go ahead and put a symmetrical seam down the center. And we can mirror that once we get the UVs laid out flat. And probably also want this leg. Are there any more of you hiding in there? Just the ones that I think are supposed to be. And actually, we don't need the interior one here anymore, do we? You don't need to be here anyway. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Why are you on the inside and the outside? Oh dear. Huh. What happened here? Are any of you crossed over? You might be. Aha, yep. Yep-a-rooney. Don't like that. Oh, I hate mirroring things. Let's take all of the outside of the pants. And hide you. Let's make everything smaller. Honestly, let's make everything smaller. Why didn't I think about that before? Because why? What went wrong? Did nothing go wrong? That may have worked. I can't quite be sure. Alrighty. Damn it. I knew there was going to be an issue there. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. So that was one of the examples of what I meant by it's dangerous to merge overlapping verts. That was one that was deeply hidden. There's bound to be a couple more. The overlaps with this whole area are always going to be frustrating. All right. Hopefully that didn't mess up any of the weight painting. Let's get rid of anything that we've hidden, or re-display anything that we had hidden. Looks pretty good. I am worried about the pants and how they want to unwrap. We may just have to see how that looks when we do it. Hello, D. Cruz. It's very good to see you. We're having a nice chill day right now. Working on these UV seams. Trying to set up all of Nep's clothing. Right now I'm struggling a little bit trying to find the areas that I want. Make sure that everything's been marked properly. Otherwise, things are going well. Just hanging out, having an easygoing day. Enjoying the moment of peace before the chaos of Rosie's birthday later tonight. All right. There's definitely going to be a bit of a problem in the hips area when we unwrap this. But I'm not totally sure the best way to go about adding a seam. Because wherever I add a seam, it's going to be fairly obvious. And we shall just see what happens. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sweater now. We want to optimize that as well. And to do so, with the jacket on, nothing shows. We're not going to worry about that. We want to know exactly what this is going to look like with the jacket off. Same with the body. Let's unshrunk the body. Actually, his arm will stay shrunk. Keep the pelvis shrunk. Keep the legs. Unshrink the nub. And the robot arm. Okay. So that's how it will look if Nip decides to have the jacket off. And I don't believe any part of the sweater really gets seen. So we can make a real nice use of this. The only parts that do seem to get seen at all, honestly, I don't feel are necessary. We'll keep maybe the first polygon. Oh, heck. I never applied the modifiers for this one either. Well, we'll make a new save. And do the same. Thankfully, I don't think that there are any issues with the mirroring on this one. Whoops. That's not what we wanted. That's an interesting look, though. I'm not going to lie. That would look good in a harness. Hello? Why can I not? Can't be applied to a mesh with shape keys. I beg to differ. Object. We want to apply chosen modifiers and keep the shape keys. We want to apply the solidify. There we go. And that being said, let's go ahead and mark the seams along the outside edges. Mark all of our seams on this kind of ripped up section. Honestly, I really don't think we should even keep any of the interior polygons. Maybe this first edge, and that's it. And we certainly won't need it on that side either. I believe the collar of the sweater is mirrored. And for this, I think we're just going to do what we did with the other parts. Extrude, merge at center, grab this little grabby guy, and pull it in. Okay, and then we want to double check on the bottom side. The bottom side does not have any seams on it. So we'll mark that edge again. We'll leave that inner lip. And again, the sweater, I believe, might be, I don't know if it's symmetrical or not. I guess I should, well, no, it's not, obviously. So that'll be its own UVs as well. No mirroring on any of this. We could probably get away with mirroring the collar bit, though. All right, now we want to select all of this interior stuff. So inside layers, again, we're going to keep a singular polygon along the edges. Hold on, we've got the same issue with this one that we had with the other shirt. Let's go ahead and remove those faces. And grab the interior of the sweater itself. Again, all except for that first row of polygons of the collar. Delete the faces. Again, that's another 10,000 polygons that we're saving. And that selected everything except for that inner layer that we had saved earlier. And let's go ahead and grab this one as well. And why is there a seam here? Confusing, but not a problem. That's probably good on the sweater, to be honest. That one's nice and simple. And let's save that. So we've done the jacket, the pants, the sweater, and we need that belly plate now. Looks like I already did most of that. That's interesting. Why can I not turn the sweater off and on? Why is the sweater a separate mesh? Something happened here. That was odd. Somehow the sweater got taken out of the hierarchy. I think I got it fixed though. All right, we need body and belly plates. The belly plates, no matter what, are not going to be able to be worn on their own. They just, I don't know what they're supposed to look like. So I just went with what I could. Looks like I've already done some optimizing on them. Cut most of, if not all of their seams. With the exception of the side guys. You do have full back plates. Oops, ads are starting in a minute here. I might just go ahead and leave that back plate, to be honest. Just in case they flex and show behind the sweater. I don't think they will, but there's just enough of a gap that I don't want to risk it. But otherwise, they're pretty optimized. Just to save myself some headache here, I might All right. Like that. I think it might be time to start unwrapping. Let's see. Oh, no, the belt. The belt. I forgot about the belt. Hopefully I've done most of this work already. It appears so. Did I build those into... Oh, I did. What a genius move. Why didn't I do that up here? I could have. It would have only saved 4 polygons, though. Which, if I had done that earlier, super smart, would have been a great move. I did not. I'm not going back to do it now. But it looks like the belt is all good. Almost. Okay. Now I do have what appears to be an interior of the belt. Why did I do that? Is it because it doesn't go through the pants completely? Correct. It sits on top of the pants. There ever be a reason to not have the interior? It's not a whole lot of polygons, but... Why does that happen? I see. Oh, hello. Hidden fuck up topology. We don't need you in here. Let's delete all of that. Oh, oh. Glad we found it. So much nicer. Look at that. That fugly ass seam in the center, gone. Good stuff, good stuff. All right. Now that should not impact the look of the belt whatsoever. Because the pants are right up against it. You would have to be microscopic to get in there and see any kind of gap. And that being said, do we want to delete the backs of the belt loops themselves or leave them? I'll leave them for now. Did we do the same for the interior of the bottom belt? Oh wait, it's just a single polygon. Do we need it though? I really don't see it on either side. I think we're safe to get rid of it. Are you a complete loop? Why? I see. Okay. And as far as I'm aware, that should never be an issue. Let's pop those pants back on there and put him in pose mode real quick, just to be sure. Let's have him do a regular sit. Okay. A smidgen of clipping. But kind of unavoidable given what we're working with here. Grab your arms, grab your belt, weight paint. Hello, Mew. How's it going? I am playing around with some crumbling on my weight painting here. It's just on this bag, and I'm honestly debating whether or not I'm even going to do much about this because this is only happening in the, like, this pose. And it's kind of so menial, I don't know if it's really worth trying to play with, because that'll, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna fuck with things. We'll see. Let me save first before I fuck with anything else. Maybe just a matter of delicately blending out. Let's go back into our regular pose, actually. It might be. It might also just be that because of the way that I sculpted this, the top part of the bag and the bottom part aren't combined. They're two separate pieces because I thought that would be easier. It was not. It would have been smarter to have just made it one bag, like one big piece. But I think I'm just going to try and blend it out a little bit. Waiting on passing out. Spoon's been low all day. Get some rest. Go sleep. No reason not to. You can sleep or not sleep. Those are your choices. Man, I just got the weirdest craving for Earl Grey tea. Did I really just do all of that on the wrong parts? Probably. It's a little better. Hmm. Hmm. Honestly, that's probably as good as it's going to get. He's really never going to be in these kind of poses unless he's dicking around anyway. All right. Nip can finally touch his toes. All right. I think we're ready to unwrap. Let's turn the jacket and the sweater off. So I want to make sure that the UVs are all marked on the arm. And I believe they are. All of our wires are marked on the interior sides. All right. And the eye is marked as well. One question. Should the back part of the eye be black? We'll see. We'll get to that. Getting ahead of myself. UV time! Yay! Go ahead and reward myself with a big stretch first. Kid nearly dislocated my spine, popping my back. Her foot slipped. Oh, God. I have a sort of stepped away from letting people do any kind of back gymnastics on me anymore since turning 30. You don't bounce back as fast as you used to. I'm gonna be honest, this music is kind of starting to get on my nerves. Let's put on something that I can hum along to. looks like I already organized everything for those metal bits. Hello, Void. You caught me just in time to switch over to actual music with lyrics. All right, these are surface faces. I volunteer as Egg Guardian, Guardian of the Eggs. Thank you. Haven't had a lot of people stopping by today, and I can't even say I blame anyone because UV work is probably some of the most boring, tedious stuff in the world. That, and it's Rosie's birth celebration today. She is currently streaming with all of her friends. They are playing golf with your friends right now. It looks like they are having a great time. I'll probably take a break during the next ad to go step in and say hi to her, wish her well, because I won't be seeing her until after stream. Now, is that all of the metal? No, we have a little bit of metal on the belt. These are surface faces. And select the inverse. Nope, we didn't want that. Speaking of void. Oh, the song that's on right now is called The Void. That's not correct. You don't belong down here. You belong up there. All right. That should be all of the metal now. Weh. Give me eyeball, belly, and belt. No. Belt. Thank you. All right. That is all the belt itself. What happened there? Hello? What is that? Interesting. That's not how that should be at all. Does this have to be this way? Yeah, it should be this way. Welcome to the nest, Clown Cricket.
The clown cricket can now hatch from their egg.
You're welcome to hang out with us as long as you like. We are just chipping away at these UVs for right now. Welcome, welcome. What I'm doing right now is selecting all of the side edges of this belt piece so that I can pluck these edges off on their own and automatically apply a darker shade to them so that they will create the illusion of depth. So we'll pull those off to the side down here. I am making a VRChat avatar. So VRChat is a virtual reality game, if you're not familiar with that. And this is a character that I was commissioned to create for a friend of mine. Here's their reference in the background here. So this was the art that it was based on, and then the model that I have spent all this time working on. And right now what I'm doing is kind of peeling off all of the surface layers to lay down flat and create a material texture so that he can be colored in just like his face and body and everything, where it has all of this fancy shading and whatnot. Very, very time consuming and kind of boring compared to the usual avatar work. If you have any questions about 3D modeling, you're more than welcome to ask. I can't guarantee I can explain everything, but I like to help out anyone who is working on their own projects and wants to know a little bit about what I'm doing. Let's go ahead and turn the body and the pants back off so I can get to the rest of this. Why is... that shouldn't be happening. Ah, that's why. Do you even need that layer? No, none of that's necessary. Unless it stretches. I'd have to check the weight painting. Is the program that you're using free or does it cost money to use? I use Blender, and Blender is free. There's also an insane amount of resources available for how to learn Blender. Yeah, my only fear with deleting this topology is that at some point these flaps are going to move when he moves his legs, and it'll expose that part of the bag. So, for safety purposes, I'm going to leave it. That being said, though, we will need to add more seams. Blender's almost as intimidating to me as RPG Maker. Yeah. The hardest part with Blender really is just the overwhelm of all of it, because it kind of feels like when you're going into this, something that should be simple, like I'm going to make a model of a character. I want to just sculpt a model. Well, before you can make an apple pie from scratch, you must first begin by inventing the universe. So if you want to make a model from scratch, you have to learn everything. So not just modeling, you need to learn mesh topology, you need to learn armatures, you need to learn how the programming works for doing all of your animations and stuff. You need to know how weight painting works, which is its own entire monster, UV mapping, texturing itself. It unfortunately is not as simple as just, I want to make a character. However, there are places to begin. And I'm always more than happy to share where I started with it. Give me just 1 second. There are 2 videos I like to recommend to people. Well, 2 video series. One of them is just one video, the other one is a playlist. Thank you, baby. Hi, Snoopy. Bitch, you're supposed to be asleep right now.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the posture check and hydrate.
Bet I
and
can smash that.
I'm being love bombed.
We got a boomer!
All right. So this is the playlist for, this is actually out of order. Hold on. All right, first video here. If you want to go into learning Blender, watch this video, follow every step. It takes about 35 minutes to get through. It's not the donut tutorial. But if you want to learn character modeling, this video will teach you all the basics that you're going to need to understand how Blender as a program functions. At least the bare minimum for when you're going to make a character. This is not a good tutorial for learning actual character modeling. It is just a good tutorial for wrapping your head around how to move around the program. The model that you make at the end of this program is not a good model. I want to be explicitly clear about that. But if you follow this tutorial, by the end you will know how to navigate Blender as a program. So then you can use that information to start building a character. Once you're at that point, follow this video series. It will teach you everything you need to know about designing, building a character from scratch, from the ground up, for animation and video games. It seems long and it seems kind of intimidating, but the videos are broken up into nice, easy to consume sections. And if you follow it from start to finish to the end, you will have a model that is functional and usable in a video game. And I am living proof of this. I will show you right now the model that I made using these tutorials. So by the end of those tutorials, this was the model that I ended up with.
Did you remember to save?
I did
all
remember
of
to
your
save, thank you.
files?
But this was my very first official following a tutorial Blender anything that I had ever created. And she is fully functional. She has her armature, she can be posed, she can be used in games. I don't actually have cats functioning here. It's been a while since I've worked on this one. Why can't I see your armature? Oh, because I made it transparent. That she can be posed, we can make her sit. She can turn her head. She can talk. We've got the E, or actually that's ch. We've got all her different visemes. She can wink, blink, you know. So there you go. That's your living proof. Actually, she can even look around. Which one of these are your eyes? Her eyes might need to be updated. They were made a little while ago. That's your eye. Yeah, her eyes were made using the old method, so they don't move the way that they should anymore. VRChat doesn't actually read eyes this way anymore. But you will end up with a model just like this quality, this, if you dedicate yourself to it and do it. I stress do it because if you sit there and stare at it and say, oh, it's too overwhelming, I'll get around to it. No, you won't. You have to do it. It's the only way to learn. Might see if I can make a model of my Sona at some point. Also, the eyes are a little unnerving. Good, they're supposed to be. One day I will defeat the crippling lack of motivation to do anything and actually go through that series in full. It's worth it. Dicko does a really, really great job explaining it. Literally, my only complaint from his entire series is that when he taught how to make a hand, the thumb he had to redo at the end of the video. And when he had to redo it, I had already sculpted it the way he had done it in the first part, because I was impatient and didn't watch the whole video first and then follow the tutorial. So that came back to bite me in the ass a little bit. It took me a couple days to learn how to redo that part. But otherwise, the only other major hangup that I had with this model, let me start over pose mode again. Go into edit mode. Take off the texture. So before, I ran into an issue where, and I'll recreate what it looked like. So this was the issue I was having, and I could not for the life of me figure out what the hell had happened to make her hand look this way. And I couldn't even figure out, what do I Google to figure out what went wrong here? So if you see weird things like this happening, where it seems almost like it's inverted, like somehow it's been turned inside out, odds are it probably has. Because there's this cool little thing with Blender called normals. And the way you can get to that, you go up here to the show overlays option, the drop-down menu, and you go to face orientation, you click that off, and that will show you the inside and outside of your model. If it is red, it's inside out. If it's blue, that's how it should be. You can imagine it like your t-shirt. The blue part is the part of your t-shirt that has your graphic design on it. The red part is the part that has all your seams and your tag and all that. So this was something that stumped me for a really long time because I had accidentally inverted my fingers. Once I figured that out, that held me up for several days, by the way. That took me like 3 or 4 days just trying to figure out why the fuck that was happening because I didn't know what normals were. Other than that, I mean, this is just a beginner. You guys know more than you think. You are capable. Haven't seen anyone do inset eyes like this before. That's fascinating. Actually, I can't take credit for that. That is a very popular method for doing VRChat avatar models. I did that on the last commission that I had, actually. So that one was cotton. Let's go ahead and pull cotton up to show you. Okay. So cotton also has that method. And the reason for that is because it will always keep eye contact with wherever the viewer is or the camera. And because VR didn't have facial tracking before, it's only recently gotten facial tracking. This was a popular fursuit method that was carried over by a lot of furry artists into their VR avatars and whatnot. And the cool part is you can still change the way that they're looking. Oh, well, if you don't have mirror mode on, you can still change the direction that they're looking, and it will still keep that effect. So it's not quite as strong from the side, but in-game, it's hardly noticeable if it's ever off. There's a lot of fun stuff that I've learned from other furries and fursuit makers and whatnot. One popular method has been this, using digilegs as a pseudo-digileg, or plantigrade legs as a pseudo-digileg. So cotton has little goat legs, and instead of having a bone go from the hip to the knee to the back of the ankle here, or the whatever joint that is down this to the hoof, we just kind of skip it. You have it go straight down to that ankle instead. And that will still create the illusion, if you weight paint it right, of a goat leg or a digigrade leg. Especially when you have little hoofers that don't really need to connect. I did the same thing on Foe recently for his birthday / Christmas gift. So he also has that pseudo method. Give me this. So again, we've got that pseudo joint here going on because of the weight painting. And that is once again a stolen fursuit tactic. I say stolen. It's not really, like, no one's actually stealing anything from it. It's just a method that you use to make digilegs on fursuits that we have taken that kind of same concept and brought it back over into 3D modeling. If you guys aren't aware, I used to make fursuits. Not like at a professional degree or anything. I've never made a bodysuit or anything. I sold parts for fursuits. So I was doing resin casting and modeling and whatnot traditionally. Silicone pouring, plaster casting, all that fun, messy stuff. Let's get back over to Nep. Is starting the base the hardest part? No, actually. And it really does depend on what you're making. So with Nep, I didn't have a proper reference with him for the most part. This is the only reference image that I was given. And this is a 3/4 view. 3/4 views are fantastic for two-dimensional references because it shows off the entire character at an angle. It is not straightforward nor side view, so you get all the details thrown in. However, if you're a 3D modeler, that is the opposite of what you want. What you really want is this, the perfect frontal and a perfect profile. If you can get a frontal and a profile, you can get a model pretty much exactly how it looks in 2D. But a 3/4 view is very difficult to work with 3D modeling because when I'm working on this, I would have this image set up behind the model, and I would have it be the same size, and I can actually have it sit in front of the model. And then have it have opacity to it. That way, I can end up sculpting directly on top of it. If I could get it back lined up to where it was when I first started, you can kind of see. So now you can see how I was able to almost trace it, essentially. But you can't do that with a 3/4 very well. Thankfully, this artist was really, really conscious of when they were drawing it. So I was able to kind of side compare when I was sculpting at different angles and whatnot to make sure that everything was still lining up pretty well. I love it when different mediums can inform each other. There's so much I've learned from other artists that's helped me as a doll customizer. Oh, I used to love doll customizing. I had 3 or 4 that I was in the middle of working on when just motivation disappeared. But yes, absolutely. There's so many crossover things that we can learn from each other in different areas of art. The more I think about it, the more I feel like for a costume of Sparky, I'd need to approach it not as a fursuit, but as a PVA foam armor, like all of the Star Wars cosplayers. Fun fact, I used to cosplay Mecha. Let's see if I have any pictures of my last Mecha suit that I had made. Our ads are going to come up in about a minute here. Oh, I only have one picture of this costume. I'll try and pull it up real quick before the ads play. It's the only picture that I have of him right now, but I had a full body mech costume of myself as Wreck-Gar from Transformers Animated. There are other pictures of him around, but this is just sort of the only one I have on hand. Thank you! That's my favorite one that I ever made. That one was an entirely EVA foam build, and I don't think I ever want to do another one of those again. I much rather use thermoplastics. But for the toony look, it was exactly what I needed. Love a good thermoplastic. Oh my god, thermoplastics are a godsend. They're so expensive, but they're so worth it. All right. Back to these UVs. Hello, Squeaks. You're just in time for the ads. Hmm. I don't like this. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these bits and remove their seam. They don't need to be separated. Same with you guys. I'm gonna assume you just said you're just in time for ads because all I heard was you're just. Yep. All right, let's try that again. Select all these guys. No, we want y'all. Something did not select correctly there. We don't want you, my friend. Want to model more often? Sweeks, have I ever seen anything that you've modeled? I would love to if I haven't. I'm not sure if any of the avatars that you wear are by yourself or not. I never asked. Mm-hmm. 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 Don't remember if I got you on Discord. I don't think you do. Here, this might be the easiest way to go about it. That is the official streams Discord, and I am the owner of it, so you can send me a friend request there. Or you can just join and send stuff there. I have a show and tell channel. Just make sure you read the rules carefully to know how to actually access the server. Technically have a remodel of my animatronic, but it's themed for a tower defense thing. Okay, now we can grab these little side guys that we ignored before. Whoops, I missed one. Oh, I'm assuming that's you. I have a streamer mode on right now, so I can't actually see usernames. But I think I think the icon gives you away. Alright, I think that's good for the UVs over here. That's your metal. Let's move that up with the metal. You. Let's get these panels off to the side. Actually, let's just unwrap the whole damn thing. I could mirror this one. This is one of the only things that we could mirror, but it would save me a lot. Crab rangoon is one of the best foods in existence. It sure as shit is. Let's move you up here. You. We need all of your surface faces. Okay, that's probably good for you. Let's go ahead and apply that mirror modifier. So the reason I did that then, I cut this piece in half and I mirrored it. And the reason for that is because I wanted to take those UVs and have them all layered on top of each other. So technically, instead of this being one layer, why is it not showing that? Because it's the back side. Okay. So instead of this being one, it's actually two, because it's the other side as well. This is the other side. But the mirroring already has layered them for me. So now I just have to keep them together and not worry about it. It takes up half the space. Little trick. Don't need to worry about the body. Don't need to worry about the jacket, the pants. The arm here is what we need right now. Yes, that one has already been fully organized. Give me this, and give me this, and give me this. All right. I want to hide any pieces that are not metal. Okay, so that's all your metal. That's all your metal. So all of that can be hidden. Hello? Who are you? When did you get here? Just delete you. You don't belong here. We have already asked this, but does the UV layer have to be that size? Can it not be enlarged? It can. And actually, that's how you determine the resolution of the pixels for that part of the model. So, for example, if I want Nep's eye to be very high quality, so say I wanted to give him really, really detailed pupils or irises, like those anime eyes and whatnot. That means that I would take this section of, this section, just the iris, of his UV map, and make it substantially bigger than it is in comparison to the rest of these UVs right now. So this little donut is really, really tiny on the model. But if we go and look at my texture for the eyes, this is going to have everything on it right now because I've got the islands on. But now you can see this isn't my actual texture. So this is a, I believe, 1K, so 1000 by 1000 sized canvas, roughly. And all that I have on this one is his mouth, his hair, his teeth, eyes, and I want to say his toe beans down here. Because I really wanted those to all have high quality textures. So this is the same size as his body's texture. But when you look at the texture for his body, see, that's his whole torso right here. That's his pecs and his belly button. And you can still see this is how big that iris is in comparison to it. In fact, this is his face over here. That's his eyelid. But you can still see the UVs themselves are very large to keep the resolution higher. So weird looking at the shrimpy arms. Yeah, you gotta scrunk them to hide them under the clothes. The reason the torso took so honestly, a lot of his stuff took a lot longer than it usually would because I was making sure to make it completely asymmetrical. Because he is an asymmetrical character. Normally, I would prefer to make a mirrored model. Like the first one I showed you, the Butt Witch, was my first model ever. She was mirrored. And that means that everything is symmetrical on both sides. It is substantially easier to make your maps with a model like that. But there are perks to not having them symmetrical. A, it just makes a more interesting design. And B, if I wanted to do blood splatter on him, for example, if I had a mirrored face and I threw blood splatter on there, that would affect both sides of the face. So it would always be symmetrical, and it would actually make it look less realistic. But in having it be mirrored, I can now put blood splatter on only one side of his face. So what I have been doing here is trying to separate all of the metal parts from the fabric parts. So like this belt down here, we don't need any of this. So we can just hide it. And I want all of his metal pieces because you can see they're more reflective. That's what I want to reserve. So he doesn't actually need these guys, this whole cluster. Those will not be joining us. All of this will, though. So we've got all of our metal parts in the shoulder, in the arm, the elbow, fingers, the belly plates, the metal clasps on those belts, and then his one eye over here. That's all that I have selected right now. I've already premeditated some of these pieces. That's the top of the shoulder, which will have its own design. This is his eyeball, I believe. These are varying parts in the arm. I think this is the elbow joints. And then over here we've got the metal plates on the belly, their edges, and the metal belts. And what I want to do is take all of these pieces, put them close together, and move them all onto one material, which currently I've reduced him down to the body, eyes, hair, and mouth, metal parts, and clothing. What we're going to do here is assign every single one of these to metal parts. I'm going to have them selected and then hit assign. So now all these UVs that I have currently active are going to be on the metal material. And that's what I'm going to be organizing in here eventually. Before I do that, though, just hide all that. Actually, we'll unhide everything. Select my metal parts again. Hide them. And I'm left over with all of the fabric. Or things that would just generally not be shiny. This arm I'm going to consider fabric. These like wires from it, because they are not going to be shiny. They're going to be the same material as this belty bit. They are all going to get assigned to clothing, which currently is black. This is where things are going to get kind of messy, because now I've lost all of my coloring. Let's save a copy just to be sure, since this is going to be changing some things. We need to go ahead and grab the pants. Grab all of them. Currently they are mirrored, and they are still aligned to the UVs of the body that we copied them from. But we don't want that. Again, the reason for that is because NEP actually has a wildly asymmetrical design with the patches on the pants and whatnot. So we are going to make it unmirrored, unwrap it. And he's doing the old razzle-dazzle with these legs here. This could be good or bad. Because to fit this in, we could kind of work with it. Conserve space that way. but I really don't know if that's ideal. I think it might be within our best interests to add a seam straight down the center. Yep. So we'll grab it all again. Unwrap. We want to make it sure that we're on the right thing here. Unwrap. Okay. So that made life a hell of a lot easier. Make sure that they're not connected in the center. What is that? Ah, we don't need that. All right, unwrap it again. All right, so this is much more streamlined. The only part that's not really is the belt area themselves. Whoops, I had a part hidden. There we go. Yep, that's the interior cusp. Exterior cusp. Okay, so I can manually mirror these. These are part of the belt area itself. Same with these little pant leg holes. Some parts, just to conserve space, won't need to be unmirrored. But we want to reserve those pants. All right. We will set these off to the side. Assign to the clothing layer. It's going to turn them black. Okay, and then we are going to go over to the sweater next. Same deal. Unwrap. We are going to look for any areas that are concerning or have any weird topology or that don't look like they laid out flat right. If you know anything about sewing too, it can actually come in handy here because if you know how to lay out a shirt pattern, that's literally the exact same seam pattern I did on here. And the only reason for that is because I already know that's how a shirt is going to lay flat the best. So I just kind of use that knowledge and come into play here. And I am concerned over this guy. That's what I thought. Huh. Interesting. We've got some verts to get rid of. Okay. I think that sealed it. Let's try and recut everything and see what that changes. Okay. Nice and clean. What's this long guy here? Ah. You missed a little seam there. That's fine. What about you? What are you? Ah. That one's pretty clean. Let's float you over this way somewhere and assign you again to the clothing material. That's going to turn everything black. Save once again. And onto the jacket. This one's going to be a lot. And I know there's one spot I want to double check. Okay, good. I did delete them already. Oh, I'm gonna sit up a little bit. All right, let's just be daring and go ahead and unwrap it as is.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Void. And a big stretch. You know what? That was overdue. Nice big stretch. You baby. Sitting here staring at the Breath of Fire 4 sprite sheet for clay that I'm planning on using as a reference for my sprite sheet. Trying to figure out where to start. Sprites are something I would love to learn more about. I actually just recently, during the last Steam sale, bought an art program that is explicitly designed for making sprites and animating them for games and stuff. It's called A-Sprite. It's spelled kind of funny. This is their official page, though. I haven't tried using it for anything yet, but it looks really cool. Hello, Ink! Working on art as well? Hell yeah! Hmm. Okay, we got a couple of bad guys over here. So this is an example of a UV that still needs to be cut because it did not lay properly. This is our collar. And it looks like we're going to need to cut it right in the center seam because of the way that it's crisscrossing with itself. Before we recut it again, let's look and see if there's any other bad-looking dudes like that. Like you. Where are you? You didn't get fully marked. Sent one model example that I've done, and then one that's an edit of one, but for different clothing. Let me go take a look. Ooh. Damn, Squeaks, that's some good shit. Those are really cute outfits, too. Clothing is something I'm still fairly new to. Sprite was one of the ones that I'd seen recommended when I was looking up what to use for spriting, that or the open source version LibreSprite. AFK for a tick, hiccups got me. Oh! Good luck with the hiccups. Now, what's this fella? Oh, that's our plating on the shoulder there. I appreciate that Spotify was like, hey, you're done listening to this artist now. Let's just move on into other girly pop songs. It's girly pop time. What's that? That's the underside of our lapel. Welcome back. Start by getting a copy of the model and then cut out parts that make the clothing outline, then edit. Yes! That's exactly what I did for this guy. Every part of Nep's outfit was made originally from a duplicate of his body mesh, and then a solidify modifier added on top of it. It's a really useful method. This is the first time I've done that method. And it really, really cut the time, like, at least in half, if not less. All right, looks like, for the most part, these all look good. So let's recut it again. What are these guys? Okay, you are awfully big. Let's make you a little smaller. Which side did we put your cut on? The inner side. Let's put another on this side then. If I sent that you've seen that is yet to be entered into a unit contest for a Roblox tower defense game. Oh, okay. Y'all have slowly been roping me into the Roblox everything. All right, I think this is actually shockingly good. I was not anticipating the jacket cooperating, but I think it's okay. Gonna assign that onto the clothing as well. And migrate this one somewhere else. I'm gonna turn everything on. Now he's in the Matrix, and he's even skinnier. We want our sweater. I think the only part we don't need is the body. Okay, so we're going to select our clothing. Wait a minute. Ah, that's because it's hidden. All right. All of these that I have selected right now, those are the clothing pieces. And they are kind of already pre-organized to some extent. But I'm going to bring them all close together now. And all of these are all of our metal parts. I'm going to move them to the other side for now. And the body off. All right. At this point, our big struggle is going to be trying to fit all of these into this little square. This will be its own material. These will be their own material. You can see which one's which, because if I select the metal material, which I've already assigned all my metal to, all my metal pieces light up. And if I select my clothing, all my clothing pieces light up. So this is the rest of our day. Just realized Pear's Gallery's open tonight. The days from Monday passed so fast. Yeah, this week went by pretty fast. Oh. I would love to stop in and see Pear. Take a look at the new gallery. Oh, hello, Poison. I'm mostly going to be playing the time after stream by ear because of Rosie's birthday celebration. I want to make sure that she knows that she is prioritized. I don't know if I have it in me to stay up for it, but if you visit, I hope that you have fun. If I visit, I'll probably be with my other friends. Totally fine. I hope I get to see you, but if I don't, I am so happy to have heard from you today, and I hope that you have a good time with those that you do hang out with. All right. Now, one thing I'm going to try and do here, I want to separate things kind of by color. I disassociate, disappear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's just grab our surface. None of our edges. This doesn't need a seam here, actually. We're going to try that again. Yeah, that's better. Have a chance, small chance, but I might have a shot at voice acting for a thing that will have at least 3 of the voice actors from Digital Circus. I'm hoping that I can because I think it'd help me get into voice acting, which is a thing that I wanted to do. I could absolutely see that for you. You have such a unique voice, and it is very much the kind that I would want to use for different types of characters and whatnot. That's really exciting. I'm gonna leave those inner sleeves out, I think. I only heard about one of the 3 that are actually are in it currently, which is the one for Zooble. Oh, that's what's her name from Honeycast. If she's involved, then odds are Michael Kovac probably is too. I've been voice acting for a number of years now. It's a ton of fun. Oh, that's cool. It'd be my first time voice acting for something. Catalyst, do you have any advice going into this for Squeaks then? Since you have experience with it. Ashley Nichols is fantastic. I'm so excited to see them at it. Oh, I'm sorry. Are their pronouns they, them? When I first was introduced to them, I believe it was she, her, but that could have changed, and I have not stayed informed on it. I don't mean to misgender. I just am not sure what I'm supposed to be using. I'll stick with they, them for now, though, until I'm corrected. They also have a FNAF voice actor there and are trying to get Michael into it, which would make 4 of them. I feel like Michael does so much. It's reached a point where, like, he's showing up in things that I don't expect him to show up in. What did we see him in the other day? There was something totally unrelated that we ended up seeing him in. I don't remember now. For the FNAF Foxy voice actor specifically. I'm going to say Ashley is she, they, or they, she now. Let me double check. As the narrator for the trailer. Huh. Oh, I'm dumb. Hold on. This one. And this one. Okay, let's get our edges. I think I'm going to skip this song. I was right at she, they for Ashley these days. Okay, thank you so much. As for voice acting advice, well, there's a lot that I could tell you, but I suppose it's best to ask, what is it that you would like to know? That would be more up to Squeaks, I suppose. I would certainly like to know, how is the best way to preserve your voice and keep it from tiring out, I guess. That's something that I'm not a voice actor or anything, but I do talk a lot on stream, and I always worry that I'm going to burn my voice out or something. I don't really know much about how that works. Okay, let's hide those edges. Let's grab everything that's supposed to be black next. Or a void, in essence. Alright. You're an external one, but you're the only one that's going to be this color. Let's put you in the bottom here. And then these will be all of the surfaces of the backs. You are a side, and you are some kind of bottom piece. All right, unhide everything. Hope that nothing's overlapping too bad. I struggle with that too. Warming up before recording and hydrating are the big ones. Drink a lot the day before you record so that your throat can replenish its natural lubricants over time. Equipment varies depending on what kind of production you're getting into. Games versus podcasts versus audio dramas need more different things from your voice, and therefore microphones can take different beatings. Your microphone settings can also make a huge difference. I don't have a good microphone at all, and I don't know how obvious that may be, because I don't know a lot about microphones. I'm using some generic kind of headset that I found on Amazon that had cat ears on it, that I got because it was cute and it seemed like it was functional. And everything else comes from my OBS settings. I went through and followed a tutorial that taught how to kind of set things up so that they're not as shitty and tries to filter out some of the bad crap of like just not having a good microphone in general. I don't know how good of a job I did, but it is what it is. All right. Now, here's a nifty little trick. I'm going to try this. I have separated these pieces based on what color they are. So these are going to be all of the front surface meshes of the beige color. I want them to be slightly lighter than the edge pieces. So I've got them all piled together here. What I'm going to try and do is tell it to automatically pack these islands. So we're going to go to UV. We're going to go to Pack Islands. Let's see. We want to have good enough margins that nothing will be touching or overlapping. And let's just give that a shot. Okay. And I'm not actually a big fan of how they decided to do that. But at least it keeps it kind of compacted for now. Let's do the same thing with the edges. Let's go ahead and pack those islands. Now it is changing the scale of everything. That doesn't matter a whole lot, but if you're going to use Poyomi as a shader for your VRChat avatar and it's going to have glitter or anything like that, any shader really, but Poyomi shows it the clearest with the glitter effect. If your resolution for, like, for example, these are the holes of the outfit, of like the sleeves here. Because these have been scaled upwards, they've been made larger, the resolution is larger on them now. So the glitter will be bigger on these polygons than it will be on the polygons beside them of these surface polygons, because they are technically smaller. So that's something to be conscious of if you are working with that shader or planning on doing anything with that. Lots of sticks. I don't like how much they're curving. That can be fixed later, depending on what I want to do with them. Good enough for now, though. I'm not going to bother packing these little guys. I'm just going to leave them around this pile. Let's make sure nothing is hidden. And we're going to move to the sweater. Same deal. I want to go through and select all of my surface pieces. Only thing I currently have is either my Valve mic or my wireless mod mic. I can get away with my AT2020 in USB form for the most part, but a higher quality product. You're going to want a mic with an XLR cable that plugs into a box with knobs for changing your input. Ooh, I didn't know that. You did a good job, Moss. Your sound is frankly great. Oh, thank you. Because I really have no way of knowing. I know nothing about audio to the point where like I can't even tell if audio sounds good or not. I used to listen to music on YouTube that was like super crunchy because I couldn't tell the difference between the high quality version and the crunchy version. I was just putting on whatever. I know a friend that got a free $10,000 studio microphone that I could just hit him up with. Well, that will definitely help. All right, grab our outside pieces. thing that's most important with your microphone is soundproofing. Oldest trick in the book is hiding under a cotton blanket and recording so that the sound is contained. That makes sense. I always wanted to try and getting into Foley recording, sound effects and whatnot. But I realized very early on that I did not have the equipment for making the level of quality stuff that I wanted to make. Sound effects artists are awesome, though. Let's get these inner guys. Whoop. And our ads are about to run in about a minute here. When they do, I will jump to the away screen this time so that I can grab a snack and also check in on Rosie, see how her birthday celebration is going. So it may take a little over 3 minutes from our usual ad breaks, but hopefully not. And then our one little shadowed piece inside. Foley is so much fun. I haven't done it myself, but it is magical to watch. Yes! I love to watch the way they come up with those sounds. All right, so you are the edges, and you are the bottoms. You will match up with our other friend later. And there go our ads. I'm going to go ahead and jump to the away screen. I will see you guys again in just a few minutes. And we're back. That quickly, I forgot what I was even doing. Also, welcome back, Void. Let's double check on our time.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch. How you doing? Okay, we've got about 2 hours left of the stream. Been better? Oh. You at work right now? Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Mm. I see. No, but that would have been stressful. Oh, would be what's been stressful. Oh. I can imagine with it being such a busy time right now. I'm sorry things have been so stressful for you, Tot. Just not ready for the reverb on that one. Oh, wow. Posture check. Thank you. Actually, just sat back down. I had to get up and go refresh my water. Trying to decide what parts of this can be combined with what, but I think I'm overthinking. Because we did already split everything up. It's more just a matter of organizing everything. I feel like these could have been done better, and I think what I'm going to do is restack them. Not really worry so much about their size. I think I want to just kind of like put them back to back like staples. Better yet, I hate to stack UVs, but I feel like these are worth stacking. Because they're all going to be the same color. And they all have the same amount of verts. So you know what? We're going to try this. I'm going to do something a little bit weird and new. Normally, I don't go in and fuck around much with doing things like this, but I'm going to actually edit the UVs themselves. This is not something you should ever do. I want to be very firm about that. The shapes that these look like as is, do not change them. Unless you know what you're doing. So, you know. The best I could say is something like this that's curved. If you want to, you can attempt to straighten it. But only if it's all one color. If there's going to be a pattern or you're going to have to manually color in textures and stuff, say something like this. These are proportioned the way that they are for a reason. So if you go in and mess with that, that's going to change things. That's going to change how the image is read. But I'm going to go ahead and try to do that here. And I want to stack all of my guys who are the same shape on top of each other. I'm going to mirror some of these. Wow. Welcome to the nest.
Valk_W74 can now hatch from their egg.
Oh, crap. Thank you very much, Valk. You are my 180th follower. We met our goal. Genuinely contemplating looking for a different job. Oh, no. Well, if you have to go to find a job at a better place, pick a place that I'll like, because I'm gonna fucking follow your ass. I don't want to be stuck here without you. Let's pull all these guys that have a centerpiece aside. And we'll go ahead and flip all the ones that aren't the direction that we want. And now I'm going to manually stack every single one of these on top of each other, vert by vert. So I want to make them all identical. So if one of them changes, all of them will look exactly the same no matter what. I think I like this one the most, so I'm going to stick with this one. I apologize for the music selection not being the usual lo-fi and whatnot. We've gone back into the bimbo core. It's mostly just because I was like starting to fall asleep. Oh, I love this song. I know this one's already come on once, but man, this was one of my feel-good songs after a really hard friend breakup. If there were any part of model making that I would want to, like, give to somebody else to do for me, it would probably be UV organization. Just because this is so long-winded and a lot of just nada. Not doing a whole lot. All right, we have stacked every single one of those on top of each other, and now we are going to do this batch. And then after we have this batch done, we are going to do the same. We're going to put them both on top of each other. Attempting to understand what the fuck I'm watching you do. So I am organizing my UV maps right now. UV maps are the surface mesh of the avatar. And when it comes to clothing, you get a lot of parts that overlap, a lot of parts that are identical. So what I've done right now, these little loop-de-loops that I'm looking at, these guys that look like staples, these are all of these inner edges of these belt loops. And I'm stacking them all on top of each other because every single one of them is going to look identical. And that way, I will only have to paint one little staple to make every single one on this belt look exactly the same. But in order to do that, I have to take the time to line every single one of them on top of each other. Normally, you don't like to stack UVs unless you want things to look identical. This belt's not a symmetrical belt or anything, but I also don't believe that the belt has any asymmetry to it besides this one loop. So I'm just going to make it symmetrical and not worry about it to save on space for the full UV map. That doesn't mess with the shape on the model. Nope. So I can make these UVs any shape that I want. Because what it's doing, what a UV is, this is one polygon, this little square here. And we can even see which polygon specifically that it is if we turn on the islands. Hold on. Okay. So this one is actually on this side. It's that polygon specifically. So if I had, you know what? I could show you how this would affect something. It's easier to show than it is to explain, I think. let's go to my Blender files. Okay. This is a perfect example. This is a mug that I made a while ago. I made this for a friend so that when they could drink it and, you know, show it on their avatar, it would do the middle finger. But I had many different textures to use on this. These are what the UV maps look like. This is the front of the mug where the picture will be. This is the top of the mug where the drink will be. The bottom of the mug, which would normally just be blank, but because we needed it for an image, we just kind of made it bigger. And then this is the rest of the mug. This is the inside, I believe. That inner lip. Let me make it grayscale so you can see a little better. What is that piece? Ah, that's the handle. Okay. But then you can see that this is the rest of the mug, not including that face for the design itself. So what you were saying before, if I were to mess with this square, you can see where I have it cut out on the mug itself. If I start to mess with that, see how that changes the image? Because each one of these squares is a polygon. And so it can only read whatever it's laying on top of. That's why having them bend and fold on top of each other is a bad idea, because you end up with stuff like this, that kaleidoscope effect. Same thing with this. If I wanted to, I could move it around. But because this one is kind of a funky image, it's going to move a little differently depending. This is technically more than one polygon. But that hopefully gives you a better idea of how it reads. If you're just going to make a bunch of buckles the same shade of gray, it doesn't really matter, I see. Yes. So for little things like that, yes, absolutely. I can duplicate all of these, even if they're different shapes. So like this one's skinnier, this one's wider. It will read the image differently on each of them, but because it's such a tiny detail and there's not going to be anything other than probably a solid color on it, I don't have to worry about it that much. Is this considered unprofessional? It depends. If I needed this character to be fully customizable and have every single one of these parts of the belt be different, like maybe he needed to have a rainbow gradient belt, that would not be possible with the current UVs that I am setting up. But since that is not something that the client specified that they needed, and I can tell from their reference sheet that's not something that they'll need, and they didn't communicate beforehand that that was something that they're going to need, I'm going to do it this way, because this is the way that will be the most efficient. You're just going to make a... Oh. Have a pixel sprite sketch started. Hell yes! Good luck on it. Image in the art share. I just spent the last 20 minutes on it. Let's take a look. We fucking killed Chad. Yeah, we fucking killed Chad. Ooh. Oh, that is such a great frontal pose. I want to use Silas as a reference. I really, really like that. That's a really good silhouette for the first image there of a frontal. Man, I really want to get back into doing pixel art. I was only just starting with Popple's emote. But I got pulled into other projects trying to get stream going. I'll live vicariously through you for now.
We got a boomer!
Wow! Hello, Mala. I feel like a boomer today, that's for sure. Obviously missing the wings and tail, but holy moly, I forgot how intense pixel art can be. Oh, yeah. It kind of reminds me of a... like, crochet. In a way. Just because it's one of those, like, you gotta chip at it. You gotta one row at a time, you know? You activated my other trap card. I crochet, so going by that comparison, it'll get faster as I get used to the process again. Exactly, yes! That's the kind of attitude I like to hear. And I do apologize, Malice, since you're just now joining us. This is going to be the rest of the day. This boring one by one. This is just the process of UVs. I will say, if this is what we end up having to do next week as well, I will entertain that idea of the audiobook. Unless it starts to put me asleep again. Literally crocheting a stegosaur right now. I'm on the last leggy of the 4, and then with the plates and the tail spikes, aka the Thagomizer for my fellow Tumblrites. I think I shared the progress pic of the lad before. I feel like I vaguely remember you mentioning it before, but it's been a while. If you'd like to share it again, please be our guest. I love seeing whatever it is that you guys have been working on. I keep meaning to get back into crochet. I've had a blanket that I've been working on for years now. Not because it's a big, extravagant thing, just because I started making scarves when I first began, and then dove balls deep into the ocean, being like, I know, I'll make a blanket. It's just a big scarf, right? The instant gratification is not there. It takes me like an hour to do one row. It's just a huge blanket, and I'm so burned out with it because I want to see instant success. That would be a weird stream to do one day, but I'd be willing to try it. We'll just have an old people stream and sit down and do a bunch of crochet. I know there's people that do that too. I'm sad that I can't do it as fast as other people. I see some people crochet and they fucking fly through it. Is the blanket all the same stitch? If so, work on it while you're watching TV or something that involves you watching or talking somewhere where you can set your hands going and do something else. See, that's the problem. It's a very repetitive pattern, but it's like a wavy pattern. So it's 10 rows of double stitch and then 3 either reduction or expansion stitches. And then 3 regular double stitches again, and then 3 more reduction or expansion to make the wave effect. But I have to make sure it's exactly that every time, or else for some reason it will start to grow or warp in some weird way, and I'm always like 1 off. It was very overambitious. My first blanket should have just been a normal single stitch baby blanket or whatever, but no. The ADHD took full force. We're getting there, lads. Inch by inch. To be fair, I only made plushies before I made my blanket, and then I just made that on my thumbs while I was at work. But then that was just all single crochet. Sometimes you just gotta do the thing. I get it. It is one that I keep meaning to pick up when I'm just sitting there watching TV at night trying to fall asleep or whatever. Part of it's my own fault. I've been giving in far too often to the doom scrolling. Ooh, don't do that. There you go. Trying to learn crochet currently for my dolls. So far, the hard part is remembering how each step goes. Videos. I can't learn from books. Videos are the only thing that I've been able to learn from. And even then, I have to like really, really sit down and pay attention to every single step and run it through multiple times. Once you get it, you get it. But man, books are not easy to learn from. All right. Had my sister show me in person. Even better! Just need to keep repeating it to internalize it. Yes! You're doing good work with it. Okay. We have merged all of the belt edges together. I'm going to go ahead and save because holy shit. You want the names of the creators that I learned from? They all do videos on YouTube. Absolutely! Hi, Mew. How you holding up? Going to bed in a bit here. Okay. Sorry that you feel so tired today. I was hoping that we might see you around for Rosie's birthday. She's doing her party after, but you sound like you're completely wiped, and I'm sure she will absolutely understand that. I'm surprised that she's still going herself, honestly. We're gonna do the same damn thing with these guys, by the way. What I just have been staying up and I want energy for my birthday and I might have to work tomorrow. Alrighty. That's a good plan. Prioritize that health. Also, we don't really have anything going on next week. So when you and Rosie have a chance, I would love to know when you would like to do any kind of birthday movie. Because I know you haven't really picked one yet, nor have you picked a time. She's picked a movie, but not a time. And she's been very busy this week. Right, I'm going to try something with this one. We are going to go to UVs. We want to make these guys straight. Whoops. Let's straighten just one side. Hmm. Oh yeah, I hope I get my Shakespearean wake up on the 11th. Don't worry, I have a sticky note. I swear to God, I had an idea for my birthday movie, but I forgot so hard. probably won't be watching. Oh no, I don't expect you to on your birthday. That's why I said next week we're open. We don't have any birthdays next week as far as I'm aware. Drop the channels in Gen Chat on Discord, but they're Complicated Knots. I've heard of that one. Skeen Spider and Crafty Intentions. That last creator there I go to for help with the patterns that I got from her Etsy. Thank you so much for sharing those. I'm going to keep those in mind because there are definitely some plushie patterns that I would like to try that I don't feel confident in picking up right away. What if I just... Nope. I'm sure it's fine. Some of you have a different amount. So let's take all the ones that don't. Wait, that's it? Okay. Ask for more time off next week because of my back pain, so that might get that time off. No clue, though. I hope that you do, because if your back's hurting, it's better to rest it now than it is to let it go, and I really hope that they are respectable towards that. It's just been hurting since New Year's. Felt weak and in pain, and today, last night, it hurt so bad that it hurt a lot just turning in my bed trying to sleep. Oh, I really hope that you're not sick with anything. Complicated Knots walks you through the pattern as she makes them, so does Skeen Spider. I feel like Complicated Knots is one. Does she do the Pokemon ones? Like the Pokemon Nuzlocks? And then makes the whatever Pokemon she catches? Okay, that's the one that I've been watching. I love her brain. I wish that I could, like, see how she does when it comes to crochet. I can't imagine how many hours of crochet she's put into the world. God, those pouches look... Oh, thank you! I'm not gonna lie, I'm lacking on my pouch game compared to you. Oh, hon. That's okay. Where I have excelled in pouching, you have excelled in shoes. Whoa, that was weird. Why'd that happen? What happens if I do the other side? Wow. Weird. Not what I wanted. Assuming an average of 45 minutes of video, she put at least 180 hours of videos on YouTube alone. Good lord. Was she also, didn't she do a dragon that was trying to show... Oh, wait, hold on. These are not the same number. Why are you not the same number? You're the only one. Where are you? I don't like that. Why are you like this? You bitch! Okay. Fixed that. She has done a bunch of dragons. There was one that I want to say was like a marigold color that I think was just $100 project in itself. It looked amazing. This is a cool song. I've never heard this one. Briefly considered making a dragon like that for Snowy, then decided that while I love and adore them more than the sun loves the moon, I also value my sanity and the functionality of my hands. Yes, very much so.
Did you remember to save
Wow.
all of your
I have not
files?
saved in a little bit here. Thank you. Rosie. Little creeper. You're supposed to be celebrating your birthday right now. There you go. Happy birthday, Rosie! Actually, oh, you know what? We've only got an hour left, so I think Rosie might actually be getting off of her stream soon to start setting up for the party. Let me take a look. Yep, she's currently getting set up in VR. So she should still be streaming. I don't know how long she's going to stream the party. I will be joining her later after my stream with that, though. So we only have a little over an hour left. With that in mind, ads are going to run in about 5 minutes too, by the way. If she is still streaming it by the time that I am ending, I will definitely be raiding out to her, so you guys will be able to continue to watch over there. And I take no accountability for my behavior at that point. That is off the clock frag. All that means is I may be smoking at that point. Excuse me, how are you snapping those dots? Oh, the magnet tool. Gonna kill you? I need to know how to do that. Oh, yeah, hold on. Here, I'll show you. Which direction can I pull this? It doesn't want to show you either way. Fuck you, Blender. Here, I'll switch to the full view for a second so you can see. And let's bring Blender over here. There we are. Let me put that behind me. Okay, so I'm using the magnet tool up here, and I have it set to vertex closest. And that way I can grab a part of my UV map and just snap it into place. And since all of these are identical polygons anyway, I'm just kind of stacking them all up, because even though they look weird, they're all going to be the same. This is the belt loopies here. All these little built-up pieces. I'm screaming and exploding myself. See, this whole time I've been doing this, I've been waiting for you to be like, Frag, what are you doing? Don't you realize there's an easier way to do this? And then telling me something that's going to blow my mind. It does make things easier, but I really wish that there were just a way of telling Blender, like, hey, all these pieces are going to look the same. Can you, like, do an AI thing where you go in and see that these are all the same shape? Just stack them for me, please, in whatever way is the most efficient. Nope, and the ads are going to start any second now. Is this a Christmas song? It kind of has hinting that it might be. Maybe not. Okay. No. Is that always going to just smoosh them? It is. That's boring. Wonder why it does that. Oh, fuck. Sorry, that one snuck up on me. I guess I don't need to be in this window anymore. Sorry if I startled anyone with that sneeze. Normally I would mute beforehand, but that really snuck up on me then. Whoever this singer is, Rio Romeo. I wish they would stay out of this autoplay currently. They're not a bad singer. They're just not what I'm looking for right now. What I'm trying to do here is just kind of align this close to these lines. Doesn't have to be perfect. This will change how the UVs look on these, or how the paneling and stuff looks on these specific ones, but it's, again, so tiny and it's going to be a solid color, it won't matter. Woo! Hello, Snake! Hi! It is good to see you. Stego Crochet in the art share featuring Doggo in the background. Aww! Big old pupper. I love that body. It looks so soft. Oh, I'm very excited to see that one done. Man, we've been talking about crochet so much that now I want to go back to it. That'll become another hyper focus. Uppies, of course. Let's grab you. And our little eggy friend. Squeaks. Okay. And that was stacking all of those similar bits and pieces. I don't think we really have much in the way of more. But yes, you can see now with that highlighted that is every single one of our belt loops. And we want to move these surface pieces over here with you guys, and your edge pieces over here with you guys. It's as plush as it looks. I'm using a velvet yarn. Side note, if you are a beginner, do not ever use velvet yarn. It is incredibly frustrating to get started and get the tension sorted out. I can believe that. Did we make a pseudo hole in the sleeve? Yes. And we also did so in the pants. So let's go grab those from the pants. We haven't really divided those up yet. Put those over with the rest of the black parts. Did we not divvy up the pants? I guess we didn't. Not that there's a whole lot to divvy up with them. Uh-oh. That's gotta be a recut. Okay. We've got you and you. You and you. One of you. And then you are the interior. Yes. You go with them. A lot of UVs. Hmm. That is, I want to say the sweater that's in the way. All right, you are going to come over here to the dark black color that we've got a pile for already forming. And robot arm, we need you now. Because you are in the same boat. We need all of you. Could I get chucked into the egg box so that I can continue being the egg guardian of the eggs? Absolutely. Papa has a bunch of mints tonight. I'm not really sure where he's getting them from. I think it just keeps accumulating throughout the week. Which means I guess I'm the one responsible for having to dump him out every week. Which isn't a job I thought I'd be taking on. There we are. Okay, doing a good job on this pile. I think at this point most things have their own pile. And I don't think anything is going to be overlapping in color at this point. You're like a lighter version. Did I pluck these out? I don't think I did. Thought we talked about it though. Hold on. Okay, I guess I did separate those. Which means that's all of the bottom ones. Let's go ahead and mirror the ones that need to be mirrored. Ugh. Using high heels as a metronome, that is such a girl boss move. Alright, you are all the interior ones. Okay. Which means you are all the exterior edges. Correct. And you are all faces, front faces. Except for you guys. You can all be merged. Not merged, mirrored. Just have to figure out where you all fucking went. Hmm. These are going to be slightly different, aren't they? A little bit. But I'm willing to take that risk. All right, let's get these guys more accurately mirrored. I do apologize for not making as much commentary as I usually would. We are at the end of the stream here. Only about half an hour or so left. And this is such tedious, kind of mindless work that I just don't have a lot going on inside my head right now. I get that way with my crochet too. If I'm focused on my pattern, literally the only commentary I'll be making is keeping track of my stitches. Just a quiet 1, 2, 3, 4, increase. Yeah, these 3D modeling streams end up usually being better for me personally than they are for the people who choose to tune in and hang out. Because it's more so just to keep myself disciplined and working on what needs to be worked on. All right, we will organize these guys a little better in a bit. We want to scooch this one a little closer, though. Okay, and let's pick up the pants again. And we want to mirror these guys as well. Did I mean to do that? That'll be fine. It's only this part of his pants.
Did you remember to save
Thank you.
all of
I
your
don't remember when I last saved.
files?
Hmm. Yep, those are our fronts. We want them with the same color as the pants. Mm. Not really sure the best alignment for these guys. Maybe there. Actually, that's pretty good. Need to find someone who can help me model a plushie for my animatronic. I think there's a lot of people who could help you out with that, actually. A plushie is something that's a little bit easier than an animatronic itself. One of the first models I ever did, actually, was a plushie of someone else's character. Do I still have that one on this computer, or is it on the other one? No, I don't have it on here. It was a while ago. Let me see if I still have the image of it anywhere. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. There it is. It was a FNAF style stuffed animal that they wanted, or well, that I made for them for, I think, their birthday. It's hard to see, but it has like a fleece texture to it. I think I made that within, I don't know, one night, because I was rushing very fast to try and make them anything for their birthday. Oh, I can tell I'm in that stage of brain fried where I like just don't like it's shutting down. It doesn't want to do it anymore. Yeah, just like the song saying. One night at plushies, yeah. Really struggle with heads. Heads are hard. They're very hard because you get the proportions off by the slightest little bit and suddenly it's a whole different person. To be perfectly honest, there's no reason why I couldn't just straighten this piece. Other than it warping any kind of gradient I might do. I'm gonna leave it for now. Kind of afraid of messing that up. Hmm. Good enough for now. Let's move the pants entirely and put them over here. Where's the sweater? Let's try our best to kind of mush and arrange these pieces a little better. Start with you. You're a large one. Hopefully we can cram everything into one texture. I might do two for the clothes just because there's so much. My entire Blue Sky timeline today has been people freaking out about this new hoodie at Hot Topic. I have seen that. I almost sent it to you, but I had a feeling that you were going to see it on your own and there was no point. It's a Lucifer and Alistair hoodie, and they're like glaring at each other between the zipper. So when you zip it up, their faces get closer. People have been losing their minds over it. Yes, the Radio Apple community is feasting. Not even what people are freaking out about. Have you seen the back? I have not. Uh-oh. No. Okay. Huh. You know, with the amount of Radio Apple that they're leaning into so hard, I almost wonder whether or not this is going to become something canon next season. They do know what they're doing, for sure. I see Chauncey creeping in. Don't even want them to be like an actual couple or anything, but they're really feeding people's delusions. See, I don't know if I don't think it's going to be a couple thing. But I do think that they're going to build an empire together in a way that, I don't know, is weirdly toxically positive? If that makes any sense at all? Mm-hmm. Just want them to have a toxic friendship. Yes, exactly. Man, I love me some UVs that are nice and tucked in, but I have a feeling that this one's going to put up a major fight. Okay, we got the shirt and the pants. If I had to do this, I'd be a hot mess because I cannot be asked. Honestly, this is way more than a typical project would be. This is a very heavy project. So for a lot of material, NEP has at least 4 materials, which is a lot for a model. The more outfits and stuff that you have, the more materials you're going to end up having. But like cotton I think only had 2, and that's, I could have gotten away with 1. How close would you say you are to the finish line? Ha! I prefer not to think about that right now. We haven't really crossed that bridge yet. What are you? What's this tiny thing? Hello? Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, okay, never mind. All right, some of these can get stacked, I think. Yes. All except for the top of the shoulder flappies can be stacked. Oh my god, please stop pulling this fucking person's name. I don't want her yodel voice right now. I say, switching to a song where the first lyrics are something about pussy. Okay, this one, the interior, I'm going to say can go ahead and be mirrored. Okay. Do I want to sandwich the top and the bottom of these lapels? Because they can be mirrored. I don't see anything about them saying that they can't. Let's do that. Save myself a headache. Can't find that hoodie in the online shop. Wonder why. Uh-oh. No, you're good. I misjudged which one that was. Right. We have totally mirrored the front, back, left, and right of that lapel. Because to be perfectly honest, I don't think the back side needs to be darker. I think it should be the same color as the front. The hell? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This one's going to take a second. We've got our last ad break for the night coming up in about 7 minutes or so. Oh, yes. I can tell I am brain dead. Oh my god, I hate and love this song so much. She's so my type. All her songs are like this. Did I fuck that up? Ah, hell. Woo. Getting there. Bit by bit. I'm most likely going to be stopping after I finish this piece because I do not feel like looking at it anymore. Not tonight. I feel like getting some food. Taking my dog out. And joining Rosie for her birthday. Ads are starting any minute, by the way. Oof, it's just now hitting me how hungry I am. I'm hitting the stupid tired
Did
hours, I
you
think. I might
remember
go to
to
sleep soon.
save all of your files?
Thank you. That is a good reminder. I am not far off from that mental state myself. After these ads go, I will be wrapping things up for the evening. Last one. Yay. Okay. Whoops. Let's get all of these from the front, I think. So we'll want all of your outer edges. Just been so determined to play this woman all night. Oh, there we are. Another duplicated one. But I think that's where I'm going to leave things. Let's check our time. Yep, we have hit the 6-hour mark. Lady. There we go. Back to our synthwave. Other side note, there is a leggy whip in the art share chat. I forgot to if I mentioned that before. Let me see. Oh, look at that little nub. That's going to look really good once you're done. I'm so excited to see. If I had extra pocket money to throw around, I would commission you for a raptor. Oh, I think we're all better off just taking a nap for now, though. Let's go ahead and give this a save. And close on out. I will migrate back over to our just chatting window. Nope, too big.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Todd. Really excited to record scratch soon. I miss Frag every day. Aw. You guys are precious. I miss you guys when I'm not streaming too. I will get to see some of you in a little bit here though, because as we are
This
ending...
is
Oh,
art.
hi.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
I forgot about him. Thank you. You guys are a huge, huge support for me, whether you realize it or not, because just having you present helps me stay focused on what I'm working on. And it gives me something to kind of feel, I guess, not really a pressure, but just a motivation. Because when I'm on my own, God knows I'll seek out any kind of distraction I can. But let's see, that ends it for our night here, for our week of streaming, scheduled streaming anyway. Next week, I have some birthdays to celebrate off schedule. Rosie's birthday is today. We're doing our party, her party. After I'm done here, I'll be hopping over onto VRChat. So we are going to raid out to her. I don't know how much longer she'll be on stream, but she is currently on VRChat celebrating. And I will be joining her over there. Eventually, I've got some things to take care of beforehand. Tuesday, we'll be continuing to work on the emotes for the Amazing Digital Circus. We just started Pomni this week. We've got 2 of hers done, so there's still 3 left. Afterwards, I'm not sure who we'll be moving on to. Probably Ragatha. I'm undecided. We'll figure it out as we get there. Wednesday, we are going to most likely start the new Bendy and the Dark Revival, because we did just finish Bendy and the Ink Machine. I could be wrong on that, actually. The Dark Revival and Boris has his own game now, apparently, and I'm not sure chronologically which one comes first. I will double check on that. I'm pretty sure it's the Dark Revival and then Boris's game. Either way, that's what we'll be doing on Wednesday. We're going to start that new. So if you are unfamiliar with the Bendy story and would like to learn it along the way, join us. It'll be a blast. And then Thursday, like usual, that's going to be another 3D Thursday working on this. I may or may not pick at these UVs over the weekend and see if I can get these maps kind of laid out so that Thursday will be all about texturing. We'll see. It just depends on how the weekend goes and what I'm able to get done. There may or may not be any streaming over the weekend with Rosie still, because her actual birthday is tomorrow. So if she still wants to do some fun stuff there, we'll see. It might be spontaneous. It would be unscheduled if that is the case. I may just end up recording, though, to have pre-recorded stuff for the future. We will find out. Boris and the Dark Survival is a spin-off. And it's complicated in terms of timeline. Oh no! You'll have to inform me, since you seem to be the Bendy expert here guiding us on this journey, which I deeply appreciate. Let's go ahead and get this raid set up for Rosie. If you like the vibes that I bring, you are going to love what Rosie has to offer. Everything I learned about streaming, I've learned from her. She's kind of like my stream mama. And just for the record, she is a lewd tuber, so there will be sexual themes often discussed on her stream. Probably not tonight, because it's just a party night tonight. But either way, be aware going into it. Let's get our raid message going. There we are. So you can just copy and paste that once we get tossed on over there. And please be sure to wish her a happy birthday, because that's what we're celebrating. Assault her with love. But yes, thank you for spending this week with me. I'm excited to see you guys again next week. I love you all very much. Goodbye.